Hmm. Well, let's see. Mainland, secure. Islands, secure. Australia, secure. New Zealand, still anomalously partly in the custody of the Italians, but otherwise secure. Hawaii, secure. America, secure. So previously, we continued our intervention in the uprising of the Free Americans against the regular Americans, and we're able to push through a series of decisive battles to drive the U.S. government to surrender. Washington fell as of actually the very same hour that I've left the game at here, so much so that the battles that were left running at the moment the war ended haven't despawned yet. They're just still technically on the table. So yes, Washington fell, the US government was forced to capitulate, and this caused, since we were responsible for the bulk of the fighting and earned the bulk of the score, this resulted in all remaining unoccupied US territory being handed over to us directly. So we have been left in custody of a handful of US states. We are technically in charge of Minnesota, not Wisconsin, strangely enough, though we have some bits of Wisconsin. Also, not Michigan. Michigan is still considered regular I'll clean up these borders by handing over the fragments of the ones we don't control, just to make things appropriately square and beautiful. We got New York, we got the various states that are clustered into the New England box here. Received control of Pennsylvania. Did not get Maryland. We do have Virginia, and not North Carolina, and we have Florida. They can't all be winners. We were also in the process of launching an attack on Panama. Like, I think the Marines are already on the boats underway. Yes, there they are. Beach Lords rolling out. So we will shortly be seizing the canal, and through that gaining the ability to just pour some of the IJN out to our shiny new Atlantic ports and beginning operations on a whole new ocean. So, issues that have been left on our table to consider going forward are that, well, for one, we still have to deal with Canada. Canada was not captured in that surrender, so we need to move forward and leap across the lines and force them into surrender. It shouldn't be too hard. Most of the big cities, most of their remaining big cities, are all right here, close to the river. They're probably pretty strongly along on surrender progress already, given that the entire west half of the country has fallen. Let's see, give me that bar. 27% progress. 75% of their points needed for surrender. So, let's see. Halifax is only worth 3. There doesn't seem to be a victory point in New Brunswick. So yeah, really, if we just push into the heart of Ontario here, drop Toronto, drop Ottawa, drop Montreal, maybe need to go as far as Quebec City, that should bring everything into line. So, immediate concern for the armies, finish Canada, push the UK out of Newfoundland and Labrador there, secure an Atlantic wall, and then proceed to sort out the logistics of occupying it, because there's a decent amount of industry and resources here that are going to feed into our other concerns, which are, going forward, it is now time to engage Europe. Or, more importantly, also engage Joe. Joe is making progress quite strongly down here in the Balkans, and the Allies are on the verge of taking out Göring, who's been pushed out of Germany proper, by and large, and is, way back on the ropes here. Yes, that is a small occupation zone which has been handed over to the German Reich. Bill is real bad at territory management. He's just decided that West North Carolina should be administrated by Germans. I don't get it either. Also, Saskatchewan, under German administration right now. It's a mystery. So yes, we gotta clean up Canada, because it's time to intervene to get into position to intervene in Europe, which we're going to do by way of Africa. We're going to try and hop our way up through the Red Sea and grab the Suez, so that we can then enter the Mediterranean. That'll give us access to things there, and we have already just cracked open access to the Atlantic, so we'll be able to do fun things across there as well. But importantly, we gotta start doing something about Joe, because Joe is still quite strong. Joe is doing well against the Allies. Joe is finally actually directly fighting the Allies. And so either of those sides defeating the other means, creating a very strong risk of, one ending up with the resources of the other and becoming immensely powerful and a danger to us. So we need to make this a war on all fronts, such that, say, by the time Joe gets to Central Europe, we have already taken Kazakhstan, or some other such vague benchmarks. So that means fighting another big land war, and fighting another big land war, at least initially, in some really garbage infrastructure all throughout Siberia. Oddly enough, not through Mongolia. As like a consequence of gameplay things, since Mongolia is all one state, just by taking their focus tree, Mongolia is a 6 out of 10 on the infrastructure scale. That's pretty good. We can get some real decent supply lines going through Mongolia, which we'll get because they're in the Comintern. We will be fighting the Mongols and these folks here on our way through Russia. So we gotta fight a big land war on a large front, and if we do that the way that we've been structuring our army so far, it will go poorly for us. Up until now, because we are a country that was relatively poor on industry and materials for a major, we have been going largely with leg infantry supported by cannons, which, in terms of industry days, it is an extremely cost-effective source of damage. However, you pay for that in blood, and we have spent a lot of blood over the course of this war, and if we keep spending at those rates for a land war against the Russians, it's going to wear us down. We are going to run out of bodies, even, deep into the most extreme drafting laws. Even when we start taking barrelmen into service, it will end poorly for us. So, part of what I intend to do in order to go after Russia, since now, after all of our various successful conquests, during our, leg and cannon days, which was also well supported by the fact that we've been island hopping rather than fighting too many large land fronts. Now we have factories. We have shitloads of factories. With the American occupation zones we've just claimed, we're up to nearly 500 points of industry. That's ridiculous. We are not poor anymore. We have industry, we have materials, it's time to mechanize. For too long, we have been short on tanks, we have been short on trucks, we have been short on half-tracks, we have been short on finding ways to transform tanks into other weapons, and using those. That starts now. Now begins the age of steel. Never again will we walk on land. The missing link between infantry and anything else arrives soon, once we have some free slots on technology and so forth over here. But yeah, we're nearly done our land doctrines, so that'll free up a lot of... this is the last one. So once we're done with that, we're going to, since we're already very far down here, we're going to get the OI, and then immediately dive for our main battle tank, the Type 61, over here, since it's the end of 44. In 20 days, we're going to be able to research the main battle tank, the end-all, be-all, end-all of armored fighting vehicles. We're going to get the main battle tank, we're going to research all of its variants, and meanwhile we're going to go grab mechanized equipment for our infantry, and we are going to start building fancy gizmo armies. We're not gonna... No more poor man's fighting. It's rich man's fighting now, all the way to the bank. Just gold-plated armored fighting vehicles for everyone. It's gonna be great. Gonna have all kinds of adventures. Half-tracks for days. So yeah, we're gonna go in on researching all of that. Because also, since even in a mechanized army, there's still a very strong role to be played by regular old man on foot with gun, but reorganized China is providing more than enough bulk regular infantry to do heavy lifting. Ever since we started feeding them guns, they've been very efficiently turning those guns into men to go out and fight for us. So that's all well and good. They can do a lot of load bearing. We're going to start downsizing our regular leg armies, either repurposing them into other kinds of units, disbanding them entirely, or just otherwise cutting down on how much bulk regular guys we use in the field. All the while, the Swede remains aloof. We will have words for you. So yes, we need to sort out. We need to take down Canada, sort out occupation logistics, and continue to move forward on our other fronts. And part of how we're going to do this, all of our loner regiments from China, I am going to pull them home and have them form a Central Asia front for diving into Xinjiang there, Xinjiang, Mongolia. We'll probably attack Tibet on the way, just because it's there on the way. Good job reoccupying this, Free India. That's yours. It was yours all along. Why'd you ever give it away, Free India? Take your damn land. So yes, we'll have our borrowed units spread out along here to create a big front inland. They will be responsible for carrying a lot of the load as we push forward there. The Mountaineers that we have out here and the armored units that we have out here in the Bill Zone, I will make them alone responsible for taking on Canada. So let's go ahead and designate that. It should not take them long if I just give them the current Canadian border and say go. They should be able to figure it out. Yeah, between them and the Mountaineers, which are, by most measures, they're just infantry but better. A lot of people, if you can afford it, recommend just using Mountaineers as your mainline infantry instead, just because there are some numbers they have that are a little bit worse, but they make up for it in firepower and just all the terrain bonuses that they get for being good at hills. Hills are everywhere. So yes, we will assign them also the job of taking this, and I anticipate that that will be all we need. If not that, then only a little more. All the remaining major victory points that Canada has left are just clustered in there. Or just swoop over here. Manitoba is only worth 5. No victory points up in the Northwest Territories. And as long as we're operating out of our occupation zone, then we should be able to avoid handing anything else to Free America. See, I'm actually going to delete that line there. We do not want to operate from that line. We want to use this one. I'll have some loners handle the interior just for the hell of it. but we will not do it from out of those areas. We're just going to let Free America handle that part themselves. Likewise, Alaska. I don't care much about what happens to Alaska at this point. Y'all are just going to keep watch there. Maybe launch an attack. Is this a borrowed Mountaineer team? Yeah, it is. Just generic Mountaineers from China. Good on them for having some better than mediocre soldiers. So yes, we're going to clean up this as best we can. These folks who were chilling out on the interior migrate over there. Attack thus-wise. And then over here. And no reason not to have all of those plans just running right now. Yep, all the Homeland Garrison soldiers were on their way home anyway. I'm probably going to downsize that force as well, once most of them have settled back into place. And another place where cutbacks are going to occur, I am going to size the just regular men down. As they, in fact, prepare to exceed their former limitations. And become skeleton men. So yeah, I'm going to take some number of divisions off of this and convert them into cavalry, hand them off to the occupation force that will be keeping track of, you know, all of our U.S. territories, Florida, New England, etc. So yes, all of you are part of a new group. Oh wait, some of you were expeditionary. In fact, all of you were expeditionary. Those are part of the loner unit. Never mind. Let's get you off that way then. My mistake. Yes, all of the regular men down here were rainbow units. Fair enough. And to reiterate, these fights aren't actually happening right now. This is just... I am paused right now on the exact instant of US surrender. So there were fights here that will despawn the moment the clock ticks forward. It's just taking an instant for the news to propagate out that the war is over. You're all going home. Well, you're already home. Your new home. Alright, so let's see, maybe scale this thing back to like 40 divisions? Give or take? 40, maybe 30? We'll see how many men we get back from starting to de-escalate our various units here. So yes, y'all are gonna be regular old cavalry. Yeah, we'll get back many thousands of men and much equipment from just starting to scale back a bunch of these into humble garrison troops. As we go ahead and assign our occupation zone and all of its weird current non-contiguity, but that should clean up once we've taken Canada out. So we'll just go ahead and preemptively paint Canadian territory, and they will try to pour their way in at first convenience. There we go. So you'll be responsible for that, and I'm going to feed you some greater number of units on paper to become horses. Let's see. So At this point, the skeleton men, 48 divisions, which I think about 5 are equipped with heavy tanks. Let's see. Shift 8 more of you over here. Shuffle all of you down to cavalry. And we'll just continue to gradually... No, 40's probably enough, and we'll just also be recruiting new cavalry elsewhere. You know what, let's see, what's... Is our cavalry division smaller than our garrison dudes right now? How do these compare? Equal size in terms of men, slightly more guns for the cavalry than for the regular men. Well, we are continuing to recruit more cavalry, and I'm probably going to be able to siphon soldiers out of Australia. Depending, I'll have to, like, look over our occupation policies right now. So right now we're not getting any resistance out there. We're getting resistance in the Philippines, oddly enough. And we're getting resistance in Kashmir, but that's because we don't care about Kashmir. We're waiting for Kashmir to fall. I'd want to give Kashmir away, but I'm not allowed. Alright, so I'll probably swap some of these fellows over to be cavalry as well, just for more efficient policing of all of these islands. Especially since they're not going to be repelling hostiles anymore. Let's see, if I just did all of that right now, I'd have to throw 4,800 more guns onto the field. We have them. Equivalent amounts of manpower, and then we'll be able to see how efficiently we're occupying afterwards. So I'll probably turn a bunch of the home garrison into that as well, and then end up shipping them out to other places. Any of the ones I don't disband. No, you guys are all fresh recruits. Put you into the US occupation zone. Yeah, we'll see how much suppression we even need in order to handle that. And since we are no longer poor, we could also supplement our occupation cavalry with military police. Support equipment ain't nothing. So yeah, tanks and mountaineers are going to move up and conduct operations in Canada. Skeleton men are for the most part just going to hang back right now. I think we'll just have them temporarily stand around New England just in case they're needed. Yeah, just distribute yourselves along the coast while we sort this out. Just all in there for now. I've also considered that since our navy has been quite immense and quite victorious, and we've just destroyed one of the other largest navies on Earth, or actually apparently a lot of the US Navy got away from the surrender and are carrying on in exile. Never mind then. If the USN had evaporated, I was going to consider scaling back boat production in order to free up more material for mechanizing, but if they're still out there, then we definitely need to have... We need to continue growing our advantage. We cannot allow a gap. Britain settled for being twice as big as the next navy. Settled for being twice as big as the next two biggest navies. We need to exceed that. We will boat harder than any other nation has ever boated before. And we have new boat yards to do it with, so all power to us. So yeah, it's a bit of vague direction sorted out. We got a lot of units on the Joe Watch. Those will largely be candidates for conversion. Yeah, so we have a lot of a balancing act to do for things down there, but for the most part we're going to slow down on recruiting new stuff and instead start converting the stuff we already have to fancier gear in order to grow. Let's see, I'm willing to accept these folks as needing to be finished off. Let's see, like, yeah, I'll assign all of you to the Joe Watch line. Just 6 more units there. We'll take that up to a nice clean 52. These folks we're pouring into the Island Watch. I'll convert them over into more cavalry, and many of them will probably be skimmed off to go occupy elsewhere. We have enough manpower income that I can sustain creating more cavalry divisions for a while. Let's see that. We're getting like 9,000 extra bodies a month. When it takes how long? 120 days to train one of these cavalry. 120 days, 5,000 men. So if I just go ahead and snag the old math cube here. So crunch a couple of metrics. Yeah, so we could afford, on our manpower income, to be training like 7 of these and still break even. So running 4 lines of cavalry will still let us be passively growing the size of our reserve on the side. That is sustainable, and we will need a lot of cavalry to go about occupying big swaths of territory efficiently. Swapping unit templates probably impacts their experience, depending on how drastic the change is. But that's acceptable loss, especially since, hey, we're not poor anymore. If we really wanted to, we could run training exercises in order to help keep our boys in fighting shape. So yeah, let's see here. I have sizable surpluses of production power on a couple of fronts. Let's see. I think my navies could use some new cruisers at some point. Are there new... well, when in doubt, I can just spam more convoys. Convoys are good and wonderful and delicious. Everyone loves convoys. Convoys for days. Look at that steel shortage, though. How much of that is because we haven't started crunching how much we're getting out of the occupation zones? Yeah, that's probably because we're not getting our occupation payouts yet. It is still the instant of the surrender. So yeah, sink a bunch of that into convoys. We're getting ready to obsolete our old tanks. So I think we'll scale back on Speedman production. Speedman has served us well, but it is time to set him aside. It's been a faithful companion all this way. We have to move on. to the future. Make more support equipment. We need a lot of support equipment. Our Air Force hasn't been under much stress yet, but... Well, we control all of the world's rubber, so I think our ability to replace planes is kind of uncontested. None of our potential enemies have the rubber they need to run substantial aircraft production. More rubber than we will ever know what to do with. It's beautiful. I almost wish we could export more of just the rubber. So yeah, let's see. More support equipment, more fancy rifles. I'm going to keep the infantry equipment one line going, but that's purely for arming China now. Let's see if I can get at their Lend-Lease. Did we already expand their Lend-Lease to be all of the rifle? Probably not yet. Let's see. Yeah, they're taking half of the rifle one. Let's change that. These are yours. Use them wisely. So yeah, we have bits of resistance in the Philippines, but our expanded garrison troops will be able to stomp that down a bit more effectively. $500,000 men in reserve right now. And also you have to keep in mind that some of these industry appointments are going to be temporary, since the moment that we unlock half-tracks and main battle tanks, we're going to be flipping things over to that. Although really, I can do that from within the production lines that we already have. So that's not too big a deal. I'm just deciding what I would like more of piled on while I'm waiting. Of which can't go wrong. Support equipment or cannon. Alright, we've managed to use all of our factory now, so that'll do for the moment. Ugh. Look at us, though. Such affluence. We've been to the top. Never settle for second again. Right, I'm leaving a slot open on each state of the home isles in which to install atoms, as will be very important for future strategic policy. Do I have a spare general to put in charge of all this? I have several spare generals. Yeah, you. Let's see. The new guy. Congratulations. Marshal. You get to occupy the U.S. You get to occupy the North Americas in general. Good luck. In fact, with how good support equipment is right now, yes, I do have the police company. Let's just throw that in there. It's pretty low cost. 40 guns and 10 miscellanea. For all that extra suppression. Let's see, how much of the Home by Christmas crowd has already gotten home by Christmas? Most of them. Let's see, there's 2 at sea there. Alright, that's a pile of boats, not people. There's just the one straggler who's stuck out in the Yukon right now. Please come home. Your family needs you. And none of them over here. Although, let's see, for management purposes, let's go ahead and demobilize 8 of those, let's say. Congratulations, you all go home. Permanent vacation for everyone. And then take like another 10 to convert into police cavalry and send elsewhere. But you see, we're not sending you back to a war zone, we're sending you on vacation. You get to spend your winters in beautiful Philadelphia. Okay, we have now entered the day after or the hour after the surrender, at least. There's our Lend-Lease modification. Let's see where the numbers have settled. For one, there are hostile aircraft operating around this zone, but hey, guess what? We have airports now! Now the tables turn. Just go find a bunch of the other folks who were in charge of the Hornet's Nest down here. So we ended up not needing any of those planes active. Let's see. Over at Bismarck? Is that where we had that focused? Yeah, there we go. Look at this hardy crew. Yeah, send all of you up to New York. Yep, Marshall Islands, Air Garrison. Off to Jersey. Hawaii I already shipped out. Had some folks stationed in Manila. To North Carolina with you. And then I'll throw some into Florida. Let's see. I have so many bombers here. Also, wait, how large is Florida's airport even? 1,600. Perfect. All of you are going over there. Marcus Island team as well into Florida. Alright, so that's many thousand of plane we're going to send in to contest all of these fellows. And then, once we have control of the local skies, start bombing the hell out of nearby water, just in case the US Navy is still lurking about. If they try to contain us, we will destroy them. Right, have a bunch of loners who are still orphaned as far as war plans go. Or some of you into there, but then others I want to pull out of the continent entirely and just send them home. So you got a good cluster of them in here. Let's make them a distinctive color so that they're not getting mixed up with everybody else. There we go. I suppose some of them I could have just push through and support the east side of all of this. Let a little more time pass and see what dust settles. Once our planes arrive, well, I may as well directly shove them into action over the air zone. Most of them still have mission types set. So all planes that we have assigned will be present in the zone and participate in everything that happens in the zone. And one of the metrics that impacts their efficiency is their range versus how large the combat zone is, and the position of the airport they're based out of relative to that. Like, if I just dart on in here and look around, yeah, a bunch of our fighters are relatively short range for such a vast area as the US East Coast, so they only count for half as much as they would in some sort of smaller area where they could get to any given spot, which just means I need to send more planes. No, you don't. This is not a front. Ce n'est pas la guerre. Y'all go over here. That is your line. Fight from that line to this line for victory. Do not approach this line. It is not your friend. See, it'll be some hours before they get there, and oh, even just the threat of my planes shifting into position scared them off. They're gone. Good. That's what you get. Which frees up everybody who belongs to this airport to instead operate over East Canada, providing active combat support. Yeah, just go ahead and tactical bomb. We'll make short work of, I'm not even sure if there are units in there right now. It could be empty. And meanwhile, how is Panama going? First Panama invasion team. They're a ways out, but they're making their way. So... oh yes, you folks here. As part of the Eurofights division. I'd like to get you repositioned somewhere else, ideally. Alternatively, I could use these folks as a test bed for new mechanization efforts as the new gear starts coming online. It can be both. So we'll have, between them and the Beach Lords, after Panama is dealt with, they will be responsible for a relatively low-intensity campaign here in East Africa. The Beach Lords will force open the area, and ideally these folks will swoop in and then dig in and hold all around the canal. So I may as well, the naval bombers that I have stationed out here. Yeah, you aren't going to, you can't provide any relevant support to our folks doing ground operations, so go find boats to play with. If there are any boats to be found, destroy them. Good luck to all of you. And we'll get all of you active down here, so we have some presence in the Gulf airwise. Well, not quite the Gulf, but part of the Gulf. East Gulf. Gulf entrance. And a couple more loners separated from the pack. Get you on these attack lines. Ongoing skirmishes with remnants of the U.S. Navy. Yorktown and Wasp are out here. Breaking a fight with Gunfleet. See how that works out for them. And apparently they're alone. Great plan, America. Great plan. You got this. Oh wait, no, never mind. There's some. We just didn't know they were there. A couple of cruiser. I would expect that they are sweeping out here to try and prevent our invasion of the canal. Best of luck with that. Tier 1 heavy cruisers too. Terrible. Although this is our oldest fleet, so it doesn't have strong tech advantage over the opposition there. We have one of the newer carrier groups activating out here, though. Active out there. Operating out here. Sure thing, guys. That's... You do you. Pathfinding. Okay, things look to be going alright here. Battleships have grouped up and are concentrating fire. Good stuff. Should reposition another fleet out there. Let's consider what we have. The original flat top fleet is over in India. Operating with... yeah, the Voyagers. So we have two groups operating in India. Those are important for defense of the homeland. And the whalers are keeping an eye on the sea lanes towards Australia. Which is certainly well and good. Yep, that's just our pile of old destroyers. And now that some time has passed, the resource shortage is less extreme than it looked at first. Still present, but not completely outlandish. We're buying everything Free America is willing to sell us. Fortunately, there is a non-trivial amount of steel very close to our border with Russia. It's like 50 over here, and another 50, 60 over here. 80 even, so there's like a good 100 plus steel waiting. Just over in the east, and then more materials as we start going west. We also haven't dialed up the intensity of the US occupation yet. Or even the Australian or New Zealand occupations. Let's get harsh. Let's get results. Also, it seems yet more factories are coming online. So we should try to turn them into things. I guess more planes. Yeah, I haven't researched our next tier close air support plane yet. That's still in the works. The beginnings of a strategic bomber fleet. And 13 more boatyard. Sure, let's have some cruisers. Let's have the idea of some cruisers. The metal will be delivered later. For now, just, I don't know, requisition the furniture. Start printing plaques. Alright. The tanks have reached the border, and there's nobody here, so let's roll. In fact, they've already rolled through the border. We are on the Canada side. Let's see if we can get this swiftly over with. Start walking, guys. It ain't complicated. It's just Manitoba. In fact, just from seizing Montreal, how much progress has that given us? Right away. Yeah, like half the bar already. This will not take long. Most of Canada is right here, population-wise. Especially in this year. It's been a while since we had a new ace. And an ace on a carrier crew. That's some good stuff. Yeah, see, their bonus is 5 times larger than normal because they're in such a small group. Just weird, tiny elite bundles of flightmen. Strategic bomber. Get some transport plane, I guess? In case we ever want to paradrop things? Why not? We can try crazy ideas like that. We're rich now. Military-industrial complex is go. We'll run out of ideas for how to make weapons before we run out of weapons. We do need the Yamato. That's what all these extra boatyards will be for. Build the biggest battleship in history and never encounter anyone strong enough to make us question that meta. Lost a destroyer and a bunch of planes, but how much damage did we do in response? A lot. So I was looking for another, more modern fleet to haul over that way. Who's operating where? Submarines. You guys aren't needed here anymore. You were supporting all of the old invasion operations around Australia. Those are done. You can hit the Pacific coast. Where the fun never stops. Yes, aces are sizable bonuses that get assigned to their squadron, or if you unassign your aces, there's something else passive they can do for the country. So you choose either getting the tactical benefits with the risk that they will be killed, or getting the political benefits and knowing that they are safe, nice and comfy, resting in an office, doing photo ops. Training new pilots, maybe? Alright, tanks. Alright, we got Ottawa down. Don't stop now. Alright, that's what's going on. We're getting more industry out of seizing all these Canadian states, which are looking pretty heavily militarized. Good. Bar is moving smoothly. One more major city and we should have them down. Looks like we are just 2 tiny little Canadian divisions there. Well, fairly meaty divisions. Yeah, they're like that, that weird post-World War I-ish infantry with decent support gear and a little bit of integrated armor. They aren't keeping me from driving to Toronto. They're not my problem. We now just have to keep buying material from whoever's willing to sell it, except Joe. All non-Joe exporters will be considered. Vichy France, you have steel. Yeah, Toronto's fallen. Any day now, Canada. Are you gonna make me roll all the way to Halifax? Are you gonna take this to the gates of Winnipeg? Yes. It's one of your motorized teams. You should be driving to Winnipeg pretty well straight out. Or no, these guys have nearly walked there. Battles off the Mexican coast. Classic gun fleet. There's the battleships out having a lark. Wizard, don't you dare tamper with my occupation zone. I will forgive this intrusion into Grimsby just this once. But you're on thin ice, Bill. So yeah, for this whole army modernization thing, I really need to get my research teams freed up. Free America, what the fuck are you doing? More importantly, like, occupation metrics, what are you doing? I went from here to there, and therefore it's blue. Yeah, good. Our naval rates are finding things. Our birds will not be bored. Trade one plane for an American cruiser? Acceptable. What's this fight over here? Submarines are continuing to find people to play with. Good. We want them to be bored. That'd be terrible. Idle submarines. Have you guys fan out to patrol. Catch more targets. All of our boats are good enough at coordinating that they'll reasonably group up after a fight starts. We're at the gates of Winnipeg. Soon. More US ships continuing to just be elsewhere in the world. We'll fight them wherever they're found. Submarines. I mean, if you really want to pick a fight with the Ranger, go for it, by all means. They're your boats. Well, they're our boats, but we've trusted you and your expertise handling those boats. For now, let's, by default, assign all new police cavalry we generate to the vacation detail. Pop you into existence so that I can proceed to immediately convert you to more cavalry. There you go. Have fun occupying various lands to the south. We're in... Yeah, it looks like we're bringing what little resistance we had under control. Yeah, there's just this little spike left here. And that's just because it's a gap in the current patrols. The extra bodies we're sending should fill that out. And with America itself under occupation, I mean, their shipyards are now mostly our shipyards. Our 133 shipyards. It's beautiful. The US Navy, every ship in it is irreplaceable now. Their losses are permanent. Ours are Tuesday. Of our currently standing enemies, only the British have substantial shipbuilding. And actually, yeah, substantial by the old metrics we were using way back in the day. When we were a younger, smaller country. Japan is no longer a small country. Joe actually has more shipyards than Churchill does right now. Disgusting. Alright, there we go. I've managed to isolate Bill's occupational influence. Just establish that Kitchener-Waterloo line. Raiders, just more planes finding submarines to tow. Good. At last, our planes are free. Our quite potent air force is finally allowed to do things now that there are airports under our jurisdiction. The good stuff. Manitoba has fallen. Canada, what do you have left? They're on the verge, but somehow they're holding out. Just need to take some more regular provinces to push them over the line. Everything is worth some amount of victory progress, it's just the notable provinces are worth substantially more. What's important is that we've managed to insulate all of the interior from Bill. Yeah, just kind of push out in all directions. Just drive deep into the wilderness. The cruel and unforgiving Quebecois wasteland. Sure to be teeming with partisan activity. Right, Halifax. That's a victory city that I haven't grabbed yet. That should do it. Will that do it? That maybe didn't do it. 99%. Come on, Canada. Who are you fooling? Yeah, the Marines have almost arrived. Taking their slow and steady course across the ocean. Panama, perhaps by New Year's? Yeah, it looks like they're a couple of days out. At which point we then have free reign to just dive into the Caribbean and do as we please. Suppose I would want to island hop to Puerto Rico and... Why is Jamaica in U.S. custody? That's weird. There! Finally, Canadian government. Firmly pushed into submission. Welcome to the sphere. Japanada. Okay, so with that done... Yeah, motorized units... We don't have a strait by which to march into Newfoundland. Still, I can have you just overrun Labrador. Just in general, just charge, just do it. Just go. And I could have the Mountaineers just quickly toss together a little naval invasion. There's probably no garrison there. And with that, we have done all that we need in order to take the bulk of the loner troops and send them back to Asia. Get you all set up on the Mongol border. India, you have a problem. Cartography, what? Alright, let's grab some more of these. You are all going home. You've all just had your homes redefined. Congratulations on your new homes. Yeah, match you. Yeah, just a little tentative team on Tibet. Raiding Tibet will not take long. Tibet is not... Well, it's plenty of rough terrain, but I doubt the Tibetans have... Yeah, that's insubstantial. Militarization. Nearly 100 of our submarines continuing to muddle about Panama. Good stuff. Alright, with all that extra Canadian industry, well, I haven't turned up the heat. Which, with this much land occupied, it's starting to cost noticeable amounts of political power to do. So we have to slow down some of our ideology stuff. Argentina can wait. Yeah, Peru was already on side. Colombia I can ease off on, or just end up attacking directly, depending. We are still boosting in Chile, even though we're in a hot war. Never mind. Cut that off. And, oh, we already had the harshness up on Canada. Good. Our policing efforts are all firmly of gun. And the beach raid begins. Man, even with the coastal defense advantage, just being outmatched in firepower by our Marines. And meanwhile, this other team is going to arrive and then just sweep into the capital, so everything they'll have done here is pointless. Just have to decide which fleets I'm going to shift over. Yeah, you guys who were dealing with just the Central Pacific, that's way far off from any of our proper battlegrounds. You will be our first Atlantic fleet. Let's go ahead and rebase yourselves to Halifax. Which we will promptly build up into a more substantial harbor. Although I could also just as well put them in Boston. Boston's already pretty good. Yeah, we'll use Boston. One for 3, fair trade. And we have hit the beaches. Good. Charge. And for the first time in ages, we have no equipment deficits. Every soldier we have in active service has the weapons they're supposed to have. What a glorious day! Well, that also means that we should be redirecting production more towards things we can convert into the weapons we want later over the weapons we have now. So I'll leave one fleet in charge of keeping track of the Chilean coast, possibly as a precursor to attacking Chile. How many units do you even have? Around a dozen. Somewhere in the 10 to 20 range. Actually, if I want to attack them, I'll do it by calling Peru in. I'll let them do the legwork and let them get credit. They can handle the occupation cost. And then be better equipped to topple any other South American countries that we decide to dispose of rather than convert. So when it's time for that, Peru will handle it. Did they put no ports anywhere on the coast of Labrador? Weird. Unless they... Nope, they made them two separate states. Or they're the same supply zone. Alright. that would still make that work for as far as the logistical mechanics are concerned. And Panama down. Good. Just a few more steps to the canal. And probably some sort of separate garrisoning team for suppressing things here. Healthy crop of industry. Good stuff. So yes, with that done, one fleet will keep track of the Chilean coast, and then another will base itself in Panama and be in charge of the Caribbean. Something is really drastically constraining your range. Or maybe it's like a map projection thing. Distances down here are larger than they see in compared to equatorial distance. Maybe we'll have to destroy Chile. Right, the canal itself is still not quite yet fallen. Give it a minute. There's walking to do. Any day now. The canal will be open tomorrow. And so let's see here. Tier 4 port there. Only Tier 3 there. Wow. Terrible harbors. Suppose I could base you out of Florida instead. How's the harbor there? 5. Adequate. Alright then. And good old dependable gun fleet needs to find somewhere else to be. Apparently they have the range necessary to go deeper along. Not quite as far. Well, maybe that's about the same range. I'm just misreading it. Actually, given Gunfleet's role in shore bombardment, maybe I shouldn't have them on patrol anymore. I'll just have them stay close to where we do amphibious raids, which would mean reassigning them out west. Just head on down to Ceylon. which is now in dire need of improved infrastructure. It's going to handle all of that. Where's... there you are. Already underway because of our ridiculous construction industry. Good. Good, you will have roads for days. Am I already building up the harbors there as well? Yes. Yes. Good. To New Horizons gun fleet. And let me also just go ahead and clear that order, spawn some fresh police cavalry, and they will be in charge of Panama. One additional set will deploy onto there, and then we'll resume stuffing things into America Occupation Zone. Alright, the next time we need more men, we will start downsizing the level of coastal garrison on mainland China. We are no longer in a position where we're worried about amphibious raids there. Yeah, you're low on supply, but we're working on that. East Canada, though, we're going into Labrador. Regrettable, but here we are. And let's see, what do you all have for support gear? Because we're going to research a bunch more support gear as well and get these things reconfigured. New ace. The Viper. Yes, we get it. It's Labrador. I have just told you to roll into actual hell. Deal with it. Where's the fleet that I told to rebase in Boston? Because I sent one of you to that. Where are you guys? No, just still crossing the sea. Alright. They'll get there eventually. Thanks to our shiny new canal. Yeah, we're kind of waiting on research in order to unlock various kinds of thing that we need in order to do our army modernizing. Like, we gotta break through into the very concept of the half-track, which won't take long since we have a focus bonus for that. Then we can start designing mech units. Then we want to like break into the maintenance company and signal team and so forth, so we'll have all the support types. Motorized rocket artillery is pretty good. It's like the fastest traveling indirect fire weapon. Pretty good at breakthrough. And of course, heading for our modern battle tank. Is Denmark already at war with us? Yes. Yes, they're part of the Allies, so they are part of all of this. And not presently capitulated, interesting. So there's another thing to... Our approach to Europe probably more reasonably via Greenland, Iceland, attack Britain. Though I would love to get Suez anyway. We can approach this from many directions. For fuck's sake. Just two old, shitty interwar American warships out here harassing our soldiers as they try to transport back and forth. How the fuck is Alaska still holding out? Send in gun fleet. I mean, I know they're on their way to Ceylon, but I can divert them. We need some support fire. We caught them at just the right moment. They were only reaching Hawaii. Why have 57 divisions assigned themselves to that attack line? That is not healthy at all. What are you doing, loners? Stop this. Stop this. You don't belong there. Go assign yourselves to Mongolia, where you can do some good. Alright, we have sea control here, so we could attempt this raid of Newfoundland and see what happens. Either nobody's home and we get a free port, or somebody's in the way and I'll let them bounce off and send proper Marines. That's right, Gengo. Get in there. Bite their heads off. Resistance to occupation in southern Ontario. Okay, that was our next tier strategic bomber. Still behind the times, but that's something we can gradually chip away at. Yeah, industry tech is over. Let us figure out mechanization. This strange semi-tank. Tank truck hybrid. Guatemala has joined the war. Okay. Nice to meet you, Guatemala. We aren't ready to flip Mexico yet. Oh wait, we're in the middle of flipping Mexico. Alright, that works. Due for the fall. Alright, so we'll Synarchist Mexico take 2. And that will surely succeed since we'll be able to intervene more directly and decisively. There won't be a USA interfering. And then they will be free to go after Guatemala. It's not like anyone else could try to sweep in and save them. They're under thorough blockade. The Panama Canal shall remain infested with bees. But finishing off Alaska is something the rest of these mountaineers can do. They should make quick work of it. And good, our carrier group has arrived, like, properly in force and is now hunting enemy, well, raiders in general. There's plenty of submarine down there. Or at least has been for a while. Who knows how many of them are still intact. Bombers have been chipping away steadily. Just 150 US warships left. Those convoy losses are pretty gross, though. Those would be transports, and thus also represent some noticeable damage to some of our land units. Our precious manpower reserve. And Gunfleet is reaching the Alaska. Or no, that's the submarines. There's Gunfleet. Perhaps also reaching the Alaskan coast. Yes, they have arrived. They will conduct the support. Not against those because they're inland. Anyway, the skeleton men will be promptly reassigned to jail watch. Administratively speaking. Let's get them just brought back across the sea. Hey there, Intrepid. Their enemy aircraft trying to give us the business around Panama, so I should create some air wings down here. Look at these aircraft reserves. We are just absolutely stocked. Planes for days. Goodbye, Intrepid. You're next, Essex. Just you wait. Right, remove these orders from the skeleton men. Get them all actually moving vaguely homeward. The warm-up for the land war against Joe may also require building a lot of roads. Let's see, if I just take a look at... Well, I have road efforts queued up all over the place already. Just need to throw them up the pile and get them done. And I think past that line I'm relying on China to build their own damn roads. May not go well. Well, I can create a corridor through Mongolia. That will work. Oh, and speaking of things that worked, the invasion of Newfoundland. Gone off flawlessly. No resistance. As it should be. Yes, yes, the ongoing supply problem that is Labrador. We know. This is pretty alright for stuff that's happened just in the first month of 45. You fuckers. Just a different pair of assholes preying on my convoy route. Give me the voting icons. Yeah, we might finally be breaking through over here. Fresh bodies. We found a Canadian Navy. Adorable. Nice little cruiser squadron. Right, so this is the only port in Alaska. If we knock that out, that should be the last place where America can be basing ships out here. So possibly Adu Island. They're gonna make it terribly inconvenient for us to finish them off. But it is inevitable. There we go. Gun fleet engaging. Yamamoto's got this. Probably. And let's take a look around. Yeah, several states here where we have enough people to maintain suppression, even at high harshness. Yeah, especially up here. So, let's conduct some transfers. Yeah, New Zealand's being relatively agreeable. Why have they assigned no one to keep track of these? It's in your zone. Put people there. Come on. Yeah, wherever we find enemy boats, the fights are going well. And Emmett's Chester. Nice carrier you got there. Be a shame if 3 of mine were to happen to it. Chester and Emmett plows directly into a cloud of destroyers. An angry flock of torpedo boats. It's another one of these jackass raiders down. Have any of my regular mountaineers reached Alaska yet? Almost. Just as the Chinese troops are starting to make progress anyway. All well and good. As long as it gets done. Now once they're finished with Labrador, I can send them on their merry way. And that will be the last of the regular stand-up-and-fight troops that I have active in the Americas. There will be peace. Yep, good fight result. Just trade planes for boats all day, every day. 2,000 surplus rubber. But where are we getting all this extra steel from now? Did something finally click? Maybe it was having trouble tracing convoy lines until we had the canal open. Now the floodgates. All is laid clear. Endless steel. Oh wait, no, some of that was still needed. Let's just consider all of this one big garrison zone. What are you doing? Garrison zone. Hold everybody. I'd like to paint some orders here, if you don't mind, guys. There we go. And there. And with that in mind, just continue the layoffs. A little bit at a time. Joe has reached Belgrade. He's reached Sarajevo. Joe is Balkaning. We have to get these mobile units home. Get them ready to move. We will also give the loners, some of the loners, responsibility for joining us on the Russia front. Get in the Joe pile. All those ones that were hesitant about going places for supply stress reasons, we'll just tuck them over there. Go ahead and feed the line. Well, they've been building forts around here. Small ones, but forts nonetheless. Maybe they had them all along. And it's completely unguarded territory. Well, this will nominally be a war about... Yeah, let's... about North Shackleton, and also about these borderlands here. Nominally about that. In practice, about the rest. About co-prospering as hard as we can. Get to work on that. Start justifying now, and fight with whatever army we have available when it is go time. Probably get to work on that Manchurian Railway soon-ish to now. Let's see. If it's to rebuild Ceylon, fortify Ceylon, put railway on Ceylon. Yeah, that's all admirable and important. What else is important is... Let's see. Do we already have a strong port in Korea? We do not. We got a kind of terrible port in Korea. That's making us have to trace supply halfway around the continent to get a decent line. Let's fix that. Harbor upgrades in South Korea. Infrastructure upgrades in both Koreas. Corinne. And this. Yeah, that one. That will put us adjacent to Mongolia. Mongolia has decent railways, so we'll build that up for our western supply line. And we'll see how things go from there. Okay, get out of Hawaii. You're all moving over now. Let's see. Yemen itself, neutral. Oman, neutral. Saudi Arabia, neutral. Good. Gives us a decent foundation to work with when we hit up the Red Sea. We're just going to be getting an endless shower of naval combat alerts. Unending skirmishes with a few stray submarines. Might need to put together some more whaling groups, or split up the whaling group that I have. Field some hunter-killer teams. R&D is hard at work on the concept of some sort of infantry vehicle. Should get back to us on the weekend. Okay, tanks are ready to roll. Gotta ship them home. Set them up with some jobs. Alright, we have our justification versus Joe. Whereby, per standard procedure, we will have to initiate festivity while grotesquely unprepared for what's waiting for us before we've met any of our production goals. If you create a war justification and then don't use it as a fascist, you take a unity hit. Because you got your people all fired up and hyped for fighting, and then didn't deliver on the fighting. So they're very disappointed and angry at you. We just spent a whole lot of effort making a big deal about this, raising a fuss. We've got to deliver on our promises of effortless victory over Siberia. Won't call them all at first. I'll call them as needed. Let's go, Co-Prosperity Spear. To war with the Soviet Union. Actually, some of my borders are not populated yet because Chinese conscripts haven't finished shipping back across the ocean. Damn it. Guys. They'll get there when they get there. For now, Joe Watch can launch offensive operations of our general purpose stomp forward. And You stay where you are. Someone else will be by to assist you. Let's just go ahead and subdivide a few bits of this plan. So that we have some proper distribution of labor. Besides, the unicorns are here. They know how to deal with Mongols. Straight for Ulaanbaatar. Yeah, how many of the skeleton men got back? I sent them on ahead. They are mostly just off the coast of BC. They'll get there when they get there, and when they do, there will be blood. Right, so mobile team administratively back to Joe Watch. Loner units also to Joe Watch. And Hobbits over to Joe Watch. Bill is now low priority. Joe Watch is top priority. And the Mountaineers are finally hitting the Alaskan front. Victory by the spring. I have left no fleets keeping an eye on the Russian coast. Who do I have to spare for that? Where's Miscellanea Fleet right now? Perfect. There you go. Perimeter established. And flat top, the flat top should be well stocked by now. They still need another carrier. That'll be that one. So, other carrier production, we'll just have that fall into place there. And a new fleet will spring up just on demand over the next year for home defense and Russia containment. Now finally at one. That's a quite sizable Red Army that thankfully is mostly on the other side of the world. We'll see how much land we can grab before they're able to swing around and resist us. And hopefully never have to face more than half of that at a time. Well, if you're gonna bring it up, sure thing, Peru. You're welcome to join. Come on in. Romania, wherever your government in exile is, I guess maybe we'd be keeping track of that. Wherever you are, Romania, we know you're with us in spirit. As we move into Siberia, I can also continue to gut the homeland garrisons and the mainland coastal garrison to produce more cavalry. Just flip them over and reassign them. We're getting resistance all over the states. So I'll ease up on them a bit until I can get better occupation density. Where's Canada? There's Canada. Yeah, this just isn't fair at all. Now we're just being mean. Hitting the air traffic caps. Well, everyone's moving forward. Should be able to quite quickly seize a bunch of chrome and steel. And efforts continue in Alaska. We'll bust them yet. Of the many, many hundreds of divisions in the Red Army, there is all of one out here right now. And that's what we need. Well, more of what we need is for these, all these transports to kind of put the hammer down and get where they're going. Once we have the loners to pad the line out, and we can squeeze Mongolia and otherwise push deeper inland. I can throw aircraft into the area. The airports in the immediate vicinity are kind of garbage. But they'll do just for establishing some fighter cover. There, finally, first half track. The future begins. Rest of the future to be delivered later this year. Alright, so amidst my various military weapons production, let's see. Yeah, regular gun, artillery, trucks. I think of both of those lines as reserved for turning into modern tank and modern tank variant. There. You are half tracks. You know what? You are also half tracks. It's a whole new weapon system. We're gonna need all kinds of it, just crash built and forced into the field as soon as possible. Someday. There we go. Let's create that first little tentative demand for mechanized equipment. Someday to be filled with cutting-edge fighting machines. Armored carriers for persons. Transport chain going strong. That's its own air zone. Let's contest it. Just continue to spit more police cavalry over into the Americas. Just actually, I can also improve suppression by just making the individual cavalry units larger. Not that much larger. Just slightly at first. Slightly larger cavalry. If we put rockets on a truck. That sounds like a killing tool. Sounds like a way to spend a weekend. Alright, the enemy might do a little bit of walking all over reorganized China. We'll get there eventually, though. We'll bail them out. Don't worry about it. Work in progress. There we go. Nothing they have will be able to take on our heavies. The assault teams will just take down anything that tries to oppose them. And, oh, hey. A little bit of Russian armor. So it begins. Greeks defeated by the Russians. And where are supply problems emerging? Oh. Right, just because I've changed the paperwork around, this supply problem is now arriving on the jail watch desk. Understandable. And irrelevant. The best kind of news. Increasing the size of the cavalry has noticeably cut into the old man pile. It's fair. I mean, the intent is to get what we would have gotten out of recruiting more cavalry, but yeah. Smaller number of larger divisions. Effectively, I just kicked forward the timetable for all of our cavalry management. So let's continue to downsize coastal garrison. And homeland garrison. There we go, that's plenty of man back. And the Chinese are reaching the front. Just in time. General attack orders for everyone. Gunfleet can slide on back up there, and we'll see if they can support any of the fights that happen. After all the automation that's occurred for the other parts of naval combat, it's a little disappointing that shore bombardment is still as tedious as park your ship next to the individual province just with a direct order. You'd think they could just make it project benefits onto any land that's adjacent to where they're fighting, which is where they're patrolling. Yeah, things are doing fine over there. Peru is not in our war against the Allies, only our war against communism. Free India failing to deliver steel. Shameful. It's a good thing we're getting shiny new Russian steel. Reclaiming Siberian metals. For prosperity. I already have the one general purpose line for just running over all of Central Asia. That's in there, waiting to be populated. We'll get there. Just have everybody keep marching. Casualty-wise, right, that's the ongoing death toll for fighting the Allies. Stabilized at 1.7 million. The new war hasn't even consumed 100 of our lives yet. That's nothing. That's background noise. That's casualties to stubbed toes and malaria. Absolutely harmless. Vacation detail. Has it received the new bodies yet, and are they now keeping up with the level of resistance? Alright, resistance specs are looking good. Turn up the harshness. See how they look then. Get them boat yards back. Convoys for now. And all that railway building is proceeding. So we're going to have an adequate supply backbone. As we move into Mongolia. And while this state is quite large, I think the only victory points are in Ulaanbaatar. So if we can just make our way up to the city, that'll give us control of the state. Good, they're breaking through the lines. And yeah, there's a sizable pocket of US Navy left up here. Hidden away. Wasp and Yorktown. Yeah, just getting more fragments of lines on the table just to be sure that the army will be kept busy. Yeah, let's just cut to the chase here. And have this whole mainland garrison force just be declared. A Russia garrison force. And I will begin appropriately converting their templates over as time allows. Time, resources, bodies, the usual metrics. As we take it, you'll police it. Labrador was only the beginning. That was the training exercise to prepare you for true logistic hell. ongoing little pockets of resistance all throughout. Yeah, you know what? Let's split the cavalry template here. We'll continue to increase this one in size. Flip all of the American cavalry units over to this bigger template. Like all of you. But then, meanwhile, at the same time, shrink the regular cavalry template back down. There we go, net gain of manpower. And I am focusing more horses in the problem area here in the States. There we go. So I can now escalate the level of occupation I'm exerting on America without worry. I can also flip all of these over to cavalry instead of pawns, using the old cavalry model. We are building a truly marvelous system of freeways and high-speed rail through Manchuria. Just wait until we have all the necessary controls in place to... Okay, the Red Army arrived. Fuck. Ah, the real land war starts here. Hi, Joe. We thought we had you for a moment. They're still only in Mongolia, mostly, though. Hasn't gone full Joe yet. Don't need anyone watching Tibet right now. You can all switch over to there. You already got yourself encircled. Good job. Well, what are you waiting for? Drive out of it. Just, Red Army. Heard they were strong. Word gets around, but the skeleton men are here now. Good. We'll have them be the decent infantry on the inland front. How many heavy tank do I have in reserve right now? Hundreds. And how many are used per Rainbow Division? Just 40. Release the tough boys. I've made every day. Alright, now you're proper trapped. Just drive out. Just drive. You're a car. Use your engine to escape. Red Army slowly spreading out to occupy the front. And casualties starting to occur. Let's take a look at one of these fights, though, against the proper Red Army. What do they got? What they got is horrible supply problems. Nice! We have built the better road. Good. Yeah, if we're going to take down the Red Army, we're going to have to do some proper maneuvering warfare. They are beyond our ability to engage in good old-fashioned attritional grind down. Although, every unit they send after us is a unit they aren't using to resist the Allies. So they could bounce back. We are gambling on the chaos of an all-way war working out in our favor. And there's the new aircraft carrier. Tomorrow. What about Tyro? I have focus bonuses on all of these boats, so I would like to just quickly scrape them up and have them done with. Because then, hey, that's all of our top-level boat designs. As good as they get outside of, you know, maxing out all their variant stats. Take the old ones and throw them away. We will go for Yamato. Don't worry. It needs friends to play with, though. Yep. Enemy armored units look to be mostly lightweights. And enemy supply is terrible. They are not bringing enough firepower to pierce our heavies. So the Rainbows will do a good job of hardening that line and helping us trade well. Please destroy this man and collapse this segment of the front so we can never speak of it again. thinking of construction. Keeping an eye on the ongoing efforts to build fancy, high-grade infrastructure to feed into Manchuria. Yeah, we got healthy supply capacity up there. Mostly what it's waiting on is, yeah, getting the harbor here upgraded. Once that's the best available port, then that'll open a lot up. Setting up Korea to be our main supply line. Since that will give us a shorter path once we're running through Mongolia. If we get through Mongolia. We'll do fine in Mongolia. Hey! Heavy armor has arrived. Use that to apply pressure to the line and try to rescue these poor motorfolk. Stranded motorists in the desert. Terrible. Rescue them. With... oh, hey, there's some Russian heavy armor. And it's rough. KV, powerful tank. May need to let some planning build up. We can't just wing it against the entire Red Army. Mechanized production is starting to ramp up. And some of said mobile units have almost gotten back from America. Yeah, Unicorns, the opportunity is past. Pull back. Give up that spot. It's not good for us. Do my common infantry use... yes, they do use engineers. And thus, also so do the heavy infantry. Good. How many US Navy vessels are left? Less than 100. Good. Firm progress. Let's pull out of Mongolia entirely. Draw some nice fallback line and set ourselves up over there. It's really irritating that I can't... yeah, forget the fallback lines. I'll try to finagle this manually. Really irritating that I can't take the front line and just tell them to peel back. Continue being a front, but be a front over here. Just adaptably warp it back in that direction. These things are gone all right over there. Got Shackle insecure. Sakhalin. Please annihilate this thing. I want it off my damn map. Did I leave any of these armies set to aggressive, or are they keeping balanced? Yeah, the Mountaineers are on aggressive, but that's fine. They're shock troops. That's their job. Likewise, the vehicles. Well, this is happening. That's happening. We might have ourselves a little pocket. Just trapping a couple of over-aggressive motorized that tried to break out. Yeah, little KVs. Chuntering around. Yeah, all this stuff down here is no longer your job. You're free. Go north. Be cold. Alright, we got him trapped. Just the one motorized team. It's a start, though. This is gonna demand some micro. It's gonna demand a constant hunt for opportunities to micro across a rather large line. At least we have horrifying industrial advantage over them. Look at this. Look at this 250 arms factories. They're actually pretty close to us on civilian. But we outstrip them by a pretty sizable gun margin and absolutely by boat margin. And we have all the world's supply of rubber. Well, they have not. Every truck of theirs that we destroy is a tiny victory. Guys, please normalize the shape of the line. Whatever else happens, just regular shapes, please. That place needs to be on the list. Well, it is on the long list, but gotta promote it to the short list. Watch all these radar. They're just clogging up the build queue. No enemy bomber has ever threatened our home airspace. So let's see here. Yes, you. And you. And furthermore, you. Or. No, we can get directly from there to Beijing. So where's Beijing? There's Beijing's infrastructure. And then just also make sure that Beijing has a good harbor. And that's another path we can work with. The route through Korea continues to have priority, but that's getting mixed in there. And we have really large construction bandwidth now. Wait, really? Is infrastructure at home that's causing bottlenecks? I suppose the home miles are less than perfect. Maybe we gotta build up the roads everywhere. Sound logistics started home. Alright, we haven't rescued that truck yet, but they also haven't destroyed this truck yet. Hope remains. And the Mountaineers have nearly finished with Alaska, finally. I don't want to begin to understand that line, so I'm just gonna move away from it. That line is over now. There we go. Another attack line for them to bubble over onto naturally as they finish up their work in the Americas. Yeah, sure, I'll take more expeditionary troops. Show me what you got reorganized. While you're at it, perhaps build a road. Would be appreciated. Well, at least we haven't seen any enemy aircraft. The air support will be very good as a force multiplier. Even just having control of the airspace, even if you don't have bombers in the area, still gives buffs to all your soldiers fighting there. Just the sheer fact that they can count on the skies being clean. And despite everything, we're still trading very well here. Up to about 100,000 Comintern dead for 30,000 from the sphere. It's a good start. And the motorized teams are reviving. Good. Speedman on the scene. Britain might intervene in Benelux. News, no doubt. Alright, mobile team. Let's take a chance. From whichever of these lines is yours, because it's, as always, impossible to tell. This one on the outer edge here. Yeah, just narrow it up to here, and let's just scoot across that way. If we trap anything, great. If not, they'd still have stabbed over and taken the capital. Speedman naturally does not hold up to common infantry anti-tank weaponry anymore. Still, it is swift and has a gun. Free India is almost the same color as Afghanistan. It might be exactly the same color as Afghanistan. Maybe a little different. Hard to tell. All the lighting effects and filters and so forth. Now we're talking. Get the destroyer lines kicked up with good stuff. Keeping our warboats nice and chrome. Alright, we have 2 supply snags up here and down here. One of those is within our control. The eternal struggle between man and supply chain. And we have completed everything there is to know about land warfare. Doctrine is over forever. Well done. The art of infiltrational combat. Yeah, they're still holding on out there. Impressive. I'd love to send anything at all to relieve you. Money's a little tight, though. I'm not sure they're falling for it. They're looking like they want out of Mongolia. I'll trap a couple. Not enough. In light of the local supply situation, let's try to pull back the skeleton a little. If I can. Come on. Come on. Close the front. I want you to focus on where you can, receive food and fuel. Where I have the power to build you roads. Ratios are looking good. What would it cost to give everybody in Pocket A a pet light tank? $52 units. one batch of light tanks is 60 vehicles. Yeah, that adds up fine. Let's do it. And you need a different icon to differentiate you. Yeah, there we go. Pigeon Army. Go forth. Victory or breadcrumbs. Had all those light tanks sitting around in a warehouse doing nothing. Now they're in the field. Now they fight. And I have all this industry producing more light tanks. It's gonna be the better part of a year before we have the new meta of armored fighting vehicles, so use what we got. Build what we know. Lend just the slightest smidge of hardness to our frontline fighting units. Oh wait, no, that's the worst place to go. Never mind. I'm sorry. We stay out of the one infrastructure zone. That's the red line. True Siberia starts here. And since I gave the skeleton men general attack orders, we're making progress. And the Mountaineers, at least, have reassigned themselves, bureaucratically speaking. Be a month or so before they can ship over. Meaning, Alaska is done. Finally, Alaska. And that frees up Gunfleet to head on back to... Dude, it's sitting idle in India. Someday, when we go to Africa, they will be ready. And while manpower shortages remain our grim reality, very little of our expenses have been deaths fighting the Russians. I mean, wow, look at that. 40k of ours to 160 of there. We're trading 4-to-1 lives on this front right now. Infiltration. See, we're the only army on Earth that uses all 24 hours of the day for murder. You sleep, we kill. I could create the final word in light tank mark, type 2 light tank, but nah, I don't think it's really necessary. On the other hand, an even tougher tough boy. That could help give us leverage on the big old load-bearing infantry fronts. Yeah, top speed 5 kilometers per hour. It's... well, keeping in mind that that's... the speeds of units are like their average ability to cross terrain over time. That's accounting for downtime, that you're not driving it constantly. It's not the actual max speed of the vehicle, but... yeah, top speed 5 kilometers. That is a vehicle that, since the dawn of our using heavy tanks, they have been for integrated infantry support. We have no illusions of them being swift, ground-clearing, line-breaching encirclement vehicles. That's not what they're for, at all. We're gonna back these guys into a lake. That's a natural opportunity for some kind of trap. Maybe this'll do it. Maybe this'll be the time I do a circle. There, just have half the armor go north, half the armor go south, and hopefully result in many folks being trapped up against the lake. Make it happen. There are plenty of enemy soldiers in here. And mostly in the middle. The lines north and south, especially right here. This is a soft spot right now. Yeah, let's actually remove this attack line from Pocket A. Don't worry about that. That's someone else's job. You worry about the frontier. Just hold the line. The speedmen will do the rest. We're making almost daily strategic progress. With no one around, a strategic bomb. Tragic, really. A plane without a purpose. Yep, meanwhile, you're keeping up your mission of trying to knock down the Mongol capital. And we figured out rocket on truck. Good. That is helpful. That will go places. And yeah, I can start grabbing a bunch of other passive ups for my infantry. Or hey, logistics company upgrade. I can also grab that last field hospital upgrade as well, since it's 45. How far across the ocean are you? Hardly even getting your feet wet. Oh, they're hesitant to move in because of supply. I suppose that's still an issue down there. Right, the mass starvation. That happens. A conundrum. True supply hell. At least it's summer. Pushing a little farther there. Just at least give me control of the state. Or, actually, this one's quite large. Yamato 1. Finally, the secret weapon we've been waiting for. The ultimate killing machine. No longer will we maintain this clever deception of light cruiser production line. Oh no. Yeah, that'll do. We will need the finest oil and steel. But we can get nearly 1.5 of them each year. What a bargain. Exactly the decisive fighting machine we need. There, finally, production of our true capital ships begins. I'm sure their escorts will be ready to take up position and support the new flagships of the great imperious Japanese Navy, defenders of prosperity throughout the Pacific Rim. As it should be. We're running out of places to buy steel from. Spaniards! Well, we'll have to go deeper into Russia. Claim their steel. Alright, how are we doing? Are the tanks making any headway? Yes, that batch is retreating. That puts them within a province of dashing up to the shore here. And in the south, already moved up a little. Three provinces to go. Yes, they can certainly follow up once they've successfully punched through here, which it looks like they're about to do. Yeah, once they've broken that, then they can move on up and provide some more firepower to try and just close the gap. And right, we invented another new kind of thing to build for fighting. So, motorized rocket artillery. It's like motorized, but with a gun. Let's see, did I have any other truck building going on? I don't think so. Let's actually discard this. Get some motorized rocket artillery running. So yes, what we have here, it's very fragile compared to any other, fighting vehicle, but it's very fast and has a lot of firepower. It's an artillery piece that can keep up with pure motorized infantry. So once we have some of those ready, then they can do a lot to magnify how much firepower we're getting out of a unit like this. Look at that soft attack. The 41 points just from subbing that out. Of course, I don't want to make the change yet, since there's no equipment to actually supply that punch. But soon. In fact, if I make this... we still have a sizable surplus of regular motor equipment. And as we switch over to mechanized for our fighting infantry, then we're going to use a lot less truck. So let's make this straggler group regular motor. Plow on up the equipment queue, and turn this into motor artillery every day. And then just go ahead and mechanize another one of those, and swap in rocket motor while we're in the middle of a combat maneuver, naturally. Keep everybody on their toes. Ongoing Caribbean skirmishes. How many US boats are left? Yeah, still just below the 100 line. Haven't been doing much sinking. The surviving fleet is probably disproportionately subs and destroyers and other small boat. The more evasive ones, sly boats. Yeah, right now we're just building daily rocket artillery. That should improve. As that revs up, we'll get ourselves up to replacement rate and then probably jumbled around the lines around again. Also, hey, we're taking control of Mongolia, which also has decent industrial capacity in it. And with it, we now have the power to build a road here. The better to supply as we push deeper into the continent. Norway, send me steel. We're running out of places to import from. We're hitting peak steel. Nowhere left to get metal. We'll be fine. And as we're backing them up to the lake, a lot of them are still staying in the middle of this segment. Question of can we close that gap? If so, scads of Red Army divisions waiting to be crushed. And meanwhile, the line is at least stable down here. Slid back a little bit, not much though. For as bad as our supply situation is, theirs might be worse. Ours is pretty bad. Cannot upgrade that logistics company fast enough. There's the two layers of supply icon. Hey, fuel can and fuel can on fire. Things are bad and things are worse. Alright, all of you guys who are up here on the horrible front, you can switch back to being regular infantry. That should save you a lot. Send your tanks home. That will reduce the supply weight. But still not great. Get out of there. Just be anywhere but up against this line. Cannot move enough spam for all of you. fact, you all get a nice full back line, and let's never speak of that part of the front again. The world ends there. Just guys, lay off on the other bits. Those are not the key bits. Focus on the good bits. See, this guy gets it. His eyes are firmly on the objective. Where are yours? Okay, those cavalry finally arrived in Panama. No, that's a terrible idea. Let's not do that. Just get you on deck for a little raid over this away. Yeah, just start drafting that out. War plans for everyone. Well, it's nowhere near what we envisioned when we started drawing this maneuver, but looks like we're gonna catch something. Just keep the skeleton men focused on the part of the front I can build up. Why is it still preferring to draw that way? I've turned Korea into the perfect supply haven. Look at that harbor. Well, perhaps in another month we have a top-level harbor just right there in Kanto. On the other hand, you can cool it on these attacks for a while. We're sitting here in August, and we're about to maybe pull this off, which will be a pretty solid blow to the Red Army. And it'll greatly simplify our lines by having just this nice, healthy body of water, splitting things into two distinct segments, and letting us shorten the defense lines as we're sitting here deep in summer. I do not want to be doing any kind of aggression into Siberia while things are cooling off. I want to be out of Siberia by then, or yeah, like out of the real shit parts of Siberia there. We still have shitloads of light tank. Once they're out of supply hell, I might give them back their vehicles. Well then, yeah, we can kind of entrench along there. Along all of here in general, since, let's see. There's some resources here, so we still want to knock over control of this state. 30 steel. Good stuff. Yeah, we'll make that our last general purpose infantry offensive of the campaigning season, and then just cool off for the fall. Give everything time to breathe. And come on. We're not allowed to have nice things like encirclements, not without actually getting down there and micromanaging all of it. Gross. Oh well, at least we're still exchanging well in the general pressure. The OI. Just one step away. Next year, we get the Type 61, and everything changes. Next year, atoms. So yeah, we'll have time for constructing supply lines to catch up with us, create a proper logistical backbone from which to launch attacks, and when we do launch attacks, it's all going to be in here. Just bypass all of this trash and go straight for Kazakhstan. Let's see if I go to the old resource map. There's nothing here relevant to military production. All the stuff I would want to take is past this line. Some aluminum there, some fine orbs, and then mix of, you know, all the non-fuel bits, all the non-petroleum bits, and once we're across Kazakhstan, then we're hitting the rest of Russia. And the good shit. More oil, more metal, more possibilities. Goring, you're looking a bit gone there. Welcome back, Czechoslovakia. We've missed you. Well, France is France again. At least that has renormalized. France is France and getting revenge on Spain. Fallback is going alright. Several birds have reached their new home. What happened to the Low Countries is they're back, and both took a vengeance bite out of Germany. Belgium now controls the Rhineland. Oh, the Danes have Schleswig. What a Europe! Out of pity, Bill has given the Germans control of Kentucky. Goring's office in exile. Poor Goring. Greater Switzerland. At least Italy has finally stopped bouncing back. Italy is Sardinia, that is all. The Louisville Hitlers. It's a nostalgic team for the pre-Goring days. Who spend their time, you know, just wondering what if the world without Goring. So what is this fight? A bunch of Russian heavy tanks who are out of gas and trying to hammer away on one of our speed infantry. Trying to drive up a mountain and having a lousy time of it. Kentucky Fried Nazis. Okay, supply situation is looking up a bit in the middle. Things are firmly bouncing back. Really, flavorfully, I feel like in the post-war, the Axis and the co-prosperity sphere would very quickly... And if there's anything left of the Axis by the time we take on Joe, it's kind of dying. Like, Bill will be the Axis by the time we've made any headway against the Russians. In which case, if the Axis just becomes the Free American Empire, maybe we'd get along-ish? But then again, without the threat of communism bearing down on us. Supposing we defeat Joe. You'd end up... Yeah, I think we'd end up with a Japan-American Cold War, Hot War. Inevitably, our creation must attempt to destroy us. India is also Axis, so it would be America and India standing off against us. If both of us get to the atom bomb, then the alt history that would unfold would probably not allow hot war, and we'd end up with an East and West Cold War across the Pacific deal. Carve up Europe however we will. Hard to say. This war's been it's complicated. We're almost done with Mongolia. And the kill boards are still looking okay. $110 of ours. $360 of theirs. Workable. Okay. Peru is simultaneously in and not in the war. We can call Peru even though they showed up on their own. Game still has its foibles. There might be a Peruvian expeditionary force somewhere on this front of ours. Be careful there, infantry friend. Don't get yourself overrun. That would just be awful for you. You hurry up and get to your fallback point there. I can close off all my exports. How much are we earning from trade? We're getting 33 civilian factories from our exports. But then we are spending even more than that, far more than that on imports. Yeah, let's close the borders, well, the economic borders. Shut that down. And now we've started the world of rubber. No one will have rubber anywhere. This is what happens when you anger our economy. You can prosper with us or die alone, starving and poor. Alright, so what's that do for the resource situation? Shitloads is what it does. Imports are dead. No more importing anything from anyone. I don't need any of you. I can make it on my own. I still need aluminum, maybe? Possibly. Let's give it an hour to settle. Don't need to import as much oil. Yeah. Absolutely no need for steel imports. Steel imports are over. Aluminum is still needed, but we don't have anyone else who's willing to deliver. We'll have to take our aluminum by force. And we come out ahead. Look at all that construction. South America has undefended Allied aluminum. Opportunities are waiting to prosper. Japanese Guiana. Well, we didn't catch any fish, but we've hit the lake. Small victories. And as the fall settles in, we're nearly through Mongolia. Joe's armies are vast. I'm gonna need a hell of a weapon to deal with them. But next year, a lot of things are going to open up as far as equipment possibilities go. At Type 61, just converge all of our armored fighting needs together. A single point. Foundation from which we can develop all sorts of new fighting systems. Do all kinds of violence. How are the motor rockets doing? 130 days of backlog. 40 days of mechanized backlog. Good. We actually have a rifle deficit again. Terrifying. I think I'm gonna need some of these regular rifle back. Just as a stopgap. Something to fill in the lines. Had the garrisons that were saving all the fancy SMGs and proto-assault rifles that are, you know, the proper war. Every bomb on a stick must be called to serve in Manchuria and beyond. Okay, good. That division made it out alright. Everybody's making their way to the fallback line. They're all escaping supply hell, and we will never return there. Atoms. 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 So let's see. Yeah, 150 days at best to build each of these. Not bad. Okay. We've saved space for 10 of them, and we could get half of them built while still repairing the roads in Mongolia all at once. And that they'll be done well in advance of figuring out the bomb. So how this works is, once we have bomb research figured out, each of those will generate about 1 bomb's worth of fuel material per year. So with 10 reactors running, we will be just shy of a bomb per month. Pretty good output. If we can decide on 2 other places to put them, I could have that monthly atom bomb. Get Joe a subscription to the power of the atom. Do I have any airports that are closer to the front? Yes, I do. Yeah, up here. We can get some fighters loaded. There, now we'll have air cover. For as much as we'll be able to actually assert influence over East Siberia. It's a very big air zone. Even the sky is logistic hell. And there we go. Defeated the Mongolian government. Yeah. There we go. 12 atoms. Beautiful. So yeah, over the winter we'll dig in, cool off, build atoms, and in days to come. There will be blood. And yeah, I can just call off the attack orders of our various land. I'll leave the hobbits active, since I would like to get progress made down there. This is closer to the equator, so... well, it's closer to the equator, but also closer to Himalaya. There's still winter here. Not full winter, but most of a winter. Alright, yeah, turn off aggressive maneuvers from our tanks. Get the skeleton men to relax a little. Calm the unicorns. Just get everybody to cool it. And wow, this is a weird shit. Oh wait, that's right, they capitulated, so I got to auto-occupy a bunch of stuff. So yeah, front is looking adequate. Better than expected for surprise last-minute war declaration against Stalin. I will gladly and graciously accept these new borrowed divisions. We'll give them a good home, don't you worry. They won't have to go far. Yeah, the front is looking pretty okay. We are making progress. We are revving up production on our various fighting vehicles. Some of which will be around to stay, others of which are temporary measures until we get the necessary research sorted out to go for the good stuff. In particular, it's very good to see the half-track production line starting to mature. And all the while we've managed to do all of that while spending 100,000 lives. That's a start. We'll see about trying to continue to push those trends in a good direction in the future. Yeah, let's just let a new day flip over. Just here we go. 1 a.m., September 22nd, 1945. This year in warfare, Japanada, Japanima, possibility that will go for a Guyana, since we do need aluminum. And there's aluminum right there. Sweet, precious aluminum. Continued assertion of power on all fronts with naval stuff. We have Atlantic presence now. And we started another land war in Asia, because that's just what we do here at the Co-Prosperity Sphere. Oh right, the Mexican coup is going to start this month. That is firing in 3 days. Alright, so that'll be something to look forward to at the start of the next session. Somewhere to send more of those spare rifles if we have them. Yeah, we've gotten off the starting line. We've claimed some territory and some resources. We've forced the Red Army to spread out across more fighting ground. No idea if that's actually slowing them down in Europe, but we can dream. We can hope. Bill, are you starting to get... Bill is starting to grow an army. Bill still has substantial industry, so he'll be able to contribute at some point. And it looks like we have the North American resistance cells under control. Wisconsin's pretty rowdy. But we don't have formal occupation of Wisconsin, so I don't actually care. We're not getting any of that 84 steel. Minnesota, that's our baby. It's behaving itself. Just like it should. Yeah, see a bunch of these factories that we're putting to work, trying to modernize our army. Kind of want to turn the harshness back up on certain bodies of land, just to keep the pressure on there. Still, the garrisons are not occupying. Weird. Wait, I got it. I know what this can do. But yeah, all of that, progress-wise, also atoms, good times, all around, for all persons involved. Yeah, if we just have these garrisons stop guarding our old beaches, since that's what the Navy is for now, so they can focus their efforts on occupying hostile territory, that'll do it. Well, wait, this is hot. This is formerly hostile territory. Some of it is. But yeah, if we just tell them to, like, ungarrison Iwo Jima and Taiwan and Okinawa and so forth, that should help them get their attention together. So yeah, all of that land war progress-wise and life human resource management-wise, and atoms. Many possibilities await. Many strong atoms. I'm actually going to throw all of these ahead of the atoms. Just single unit of all of those left. A couple of days of work on each of them, and then they're just clear and gone forever. I'm keeping this around because I'm not allowed to digest it. There isn't a mechanic by which to absorb them within the context of the war. They exist because they were there at the start. Weird vestigial bubble puppet country. Just a little irregularity on the surface of the Co-Prosperity Sphere. war.